That's Naomi. Can you email me, please?
Yeah.
Oh, I will email it right now. I'm sorry.
Thank you, ma'am. For some reason.
Yeah, I get the same thing. I try to find out what's happening.
Oh, to get the agenda.
To the, link it to the,
Well, I have the number.
would you? John's not here. Yes. Yeah.
John, I just got it.
Naomi, can you try and email it to me as well?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to let them know we have three seats in here? Anyone up there wants to sit?
Somebody did say that they were.
Oh,
They reserved online.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Director Todd, you want to check your mic?
Yes, checking. Does that work?
Yes, thank you. How about Grant? You want to check your mic?
Good evening, Naomi. How are you?
Doing well. Welcome. Thanks for being here. Councilmember Bond, want to check your mic?
Mic check.
Yes, very good. Councilmember Cavallari.
Check, 1, 2, 1, 2.
All right, thank you. How about city manager? And we could start? Okay.
Let's start here in just a minute once Councilmember Steckler gets his issues resolved.
Just to clarify my technology issues. That could be the
I feel like we're back to the old dial-up.
Okay, thanks to therapy, Mr. Steckler, Councilman Steckler has got his issues taken care of.
His technological issues. Michael, you ready?
Yes, we are, Mayor.
And tape is on, so I will call the October 5th, 2021 regular council to order. We'll begin with the pledge of allegiance with Councilmember Morgan, please lead us.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. May I have a roll call?
Mayor Holtzclaw. Mayor Pro Tem Vanel. Councilmember Bond. Councilmember Cavallari.
Here.
Councilmember Steckler.
Here.
Councilmember Briles.
Here.
Councilmember Morgan.
Here.
Thank you, Naomi. We are going to move to audience communication. We have a packed room, both in person and virtually tonight. I think we have 2 screens. So I'm going to start in the room. I'm going to ask, generally, people keep their comments if they could to 3 minutes. I'm going to start with Mr. Smith from the Police Officers Guild. I'm going to afford him a little more time because he's going to speak in lieu of several other people coming up after him speaking. So with that, go ahead and approach podium, name and address, and make your presentation as succinctly as you can without rushing.
All right, thank you very much for your flexibility. I appreciate it. My name is Steve Smith. I'm the Vice President of the Mill Creek Police Officers Guild, and my address is 15728 Main Street. Council, the Guild has come to you tonight desperate for your help. Last week's council meeting left us with mixed feelings. Concerned that the City Council is not getting enough information to understand the full extent of our department's current status, but hopeful because even with that incomplete information, it seems clear that the council wants the best for our officers, our community, and wants our department to be successful. We are here tonight to give you an honest and complete picture of what our staffing really looks like and how desperate our situation is. We are drowning and we are pleading for your help. We have always done more with less. It's always been the way that this city and this department have operated. We have always done more with less, and from the outside, people have never been able to tell. We have worked harder and harder as our resources have continued to decline so that our service levels would remain unchanged and our citizens would continue to receive the law enforcement they deserve, expect, and require. We have reached a critical tipping point, and we can no longer do more with less. We are on the verge of collapse, and without immediate and serious action by the city, our service levels are about to decline drastically. Councilmember Cavallari asked last week, what would it look like if the city of Mill Creek lost 20 to 30% of its police force? We already have, and the losses are going to continue. When I was hired in 2006, our population was approximately 14,000, and we had 26 officers. Our population is now well over 20,000, and we're down to 19 officers. The last time our department hired a new officer was April of 2017. There are 3 officers currently in the process of leaving, and we will be down to 16 officers within the next 2 to 3 months. Before I explain to you what it means to be this short-staffed, let me explain to you how we got here. In April of this year, our most senior sergeant abruptly resigned. He quit without even having a new job lined up. He left in part due to the difficulty of working in the current anti-police climate, but also in large part due to the feeling that this city was going to continue neglecting the department and there was no hope for improvement. This sergeant was an invaluable part of our team. He provided the best quality service to our citizens for 15 years, and under better circumstances, he would have continued providing that service for years to come. Upon news of his resignation in April, almost 6 months ago, the Guild leadership approached the city manager. Over the course of several meetings, we tried to impress upon him the impact this departure was going to have on our department. We told him there was a potential for other officers to leave the department and that we were already on razor-thin staffing margins as it was. We explained the length of the entry-level hiring process and the importance laterals play in cutting that time down. We described the effort that our city needed to start putting in if it hoped to slow the bleeding, but no action was taken. He was resistant to use public safety testing, even when we explained that they are by far the main hiring pipeline in this part of the country. He was resistant to hiring laterals, expressing a concern that he was worried we would be taking on other departments' problem officers. We disagree with his perspective that laterals are problem officers. In the time I have worked for this city, we have had 5 officers come to us from other agencies, and they have served this city with honor and integrity. Over the next several months, still no action was taken, and in that time, another officer left. This officer left to a local department with no hiring bonus, a lower salary, and a longer commute from his home simply to get off this sinking ship. We reapproached the city manager at the end of the summer after several months with no interest from laterals and no effort from the city to start any entry-level hiring process. By this time, we were aware of many of our other officers that were starting to look elsewhere for work, myself included. 3 of those officers are now leaving. 1 is moving out of state. 1 is leaving to a local department with no hiring bonus and a lower salary. 1 is quitting law enforcement altogether. We pleaded with the city manager again to consider making a push to hire laterals. We described how absolutely dire our situation had become and how close this department was to collapse. The city administration had allowed the situation to become so critical that it was going to require a maximum effort, whole kitchen sink approach to get us out of it. The city's response from our perspective, a bare minimum effort lateral hiring bonus that wasn't even competitive with our neighboring agencies, written in an MOU that tried to blame our staffing shortage on COVID. Our staffing shortage has nothing to do with COVID. It was caused by neglect and mismanagement. Now that you understand how we got here, let me explain what it means to work as shorthanded as we currently are. We should have 5 officers on each shift. Our minimum staffing is 3 officers. That means at any given time, there are at least 3 officers on duty around the clock responding to 911 calls. When we have 5 officers on a shift, it allows room for officers to be absent for vacation, sick time, training, court, etc., without putting us below our minimum staffing and requiring officers to come in on their time off to cover shifts. We currently have 3 shifts of 3 officers and 1 shift of 4 officers. In a very short time, we're going to be down 3 more officers, and pulling our school resource officers and detectives won't help us. Operating at minimum staffing means every single time an officer needs to miss work for any reason, another officer has to come in to work overtime on their day off. This is already happening more often than not. We have officers working stretches as long as 18 consecutive 12-hour shifts, simply because there isn't anyone else to do it and they don't want to leave their partners out to dry. Even these efforts aren't enough though. Until a few months ago, it would have been absolutely unheard of for us to work below our 3-man minimum. Sadly, the officers are so tired that they aren't always available to come in on overtime, and working with only 2 officers is becoming a regular occurrence. There have even been times that there was only 1 officer on duty to cover the entire city because there was simply no one left to cover shifts. I don't need to explain what a liability it is for the city to have fatigued officers working around the clock. I do apparently need to explain what a problem it is to work at minimum staffing in regards to our new police reform laws though, because I haven't seen it sufficiently explained by our city manager or our chief. Councilmember Bond was right on track last week when he talked about how these new laws have made it unfair to write traffic tickets to law-abiding citizens when criminals are now free to simply not pull over. That is just the tip of the iceberg. I could talk with you for hours about the effects these laws are having on the way the police accomplish their jobs, and I would be happy to do so if you would like. For today, let me just say these new laws have fundamentally changed what police work in the state of Washington is, to the point that the previous metrics that you used to determine staffing levels no longer matter. Metrics like the number of calls for service and response time to calls no longer exist and can no longer be used to base our staffing numbers on. Proactive policing in this state is essentially dead for the foreseeable future. There are now restrictions that severely impact our ability to provide services at certain types of calls and entire categories of calls that we no longer respond to. And on priority calls that we do still respond to, the state now requires that we bring every resource available to us and that we take whatever time is necessary to plan our approach in detail before responding. It is not acceptable to respond to a priority call like a shooting in progress or a report of physical domestic violence with only 2 or 3 officers. The liability associated with providing insufficient resources is the new metric that you need to use to determine staffing levels going forward. So how does the city fix this? With a Herculean, creative, assertive, whole kitchen sink approach that leaves no stone unturned and makes hiring people as quickly as possible the city's #1 priority. We are concerned that the city's current efforts will not generate the applicants that we so desperately need. Minimum effort hiring bonuses aren't enough. The city needs to be a leader among its comparables. Posting a job on LinkedIn isn't enough. The city needs to put paid advertising in places that people will actually see it. Saying Mill Creek is a great place and people should want to work here isn't enough. The city needs to hire a professional film and marketing crew to put together a hiring trailer like what the cities of Kent, Everett, Edmonds, and Linwood have put out. The city needs someone in charge with a bias for action that is going to move to get things done. Here's an example. After a summer with no effort on the city's part, we finally held an entry-level oral board on September 8th for 7 candidates. Aside from the fact that 7 is a comically low number of people to interview, it's now almost a month later and the list still hasn't been certified. All of those candidates have been picked up by cities that were serious about hiring. Let me tell you about the hiring experience of our officer that is currently leaving to another agency with less pay and no signing bonus. After he applied, that agency reached out to him immediately and asked him when could he come in for an interview. They scheduled it on his first available day. As soon as the interview was over, they reached out to him to schedule his polygraph on his next available day. As soon as his polygraph was complete, they reached out to him to schedule his suitability testing on his next available day. They are getting a supremely qualified lateral candidate because they don't drag their feet on any part of the process. Those are the cities that we are competing with. And if we continue to drag our feet, we won't be able to hire anyone. Let me address the cost savings associated with hiring a lateral versus an entry-level candidate. The academy is 6 months long. We often have to hire entry-level candidates months ahead of the academy so that they don't get picked up by other agencies. After the academy is complete, they have to complete a field training program that typically lasts 3 months. That's a total of 11 months of salary and benefits plus the cost of the academy. So we're talking $57,000 in salary, not even counting benefits, and the $15,000 for the academy costs. In addition, the city is continuing to pay tens and tens and tens of thousands of dollars of overtime to the existing officers to fill the hole in the schedule until that entry-level candidate passes their training phase and can become an independent, fully functioning officer. That doesn't even take into account the 40% washout rate. Now compare that with a lateral officer that can be put through a hiring process in a matter of weeks and put through an abbreviated field training phase in as short as a month or two. This city could easily offer a massive signing bonus and still save money in the long run. Our guild is pleading with you to please give every effort to help us. We care about our citizens and we want this department to live up to its potential. Our only way out of this is for the city to be responsive, to fall within what is now the current industry standard, and to make hiring an absolute #1 priority. If you have any questions or would like clarification on anything I talked about tonight, our guild welcomes the opportunity to sit down together in the future. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A hard copy of your comments, your region.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else in the room like to speak? And I'm going to trust that people who ceded their time are not going to speak. So, yeah, go ahead.
Hello, everybody. My name is Miguel Morga. I'm the bargaining agent for the AFSCME bargaining unit here for the city of Mill Creek. My address is 11108 Chanel Beach Road, apartment 2424 in Mukilteo. So I appreciate the comments that were made before, and just want to say thank you to all the officers for the service that they provide the community. I'm here not in direct response or in direct coordination with the presentation before, but the comments about staff leaving is something that has impacted our bargaining unit as well, the AFSCME employees here. We know that the city council is reviewing or in the process of reviewing senior level management performance. And one thing that we wanted to reiterate, as I've shared comments in the past, is to look at why people are leaving. Read the exit interviews. I know some that exist because they've been sent to me, and I hope that time is taken to review those and look at what the common themes are for people leaving. There are reasons that people are leaving for no hiring bonuses, less salary, further commute, and it's not because things are going well. And I think if you look at maybe why some officers are leaving, why some AFSCME members have left, why some non-representatives have left, and read those exit interviews, I think you'll see some common themes, and I think it revolves around the senior level administration of the city. There are a number of valuable public servants that are here performing services for the city, that love the city and love the work and love the community, but they're tired of working and feeling as if they have their hands tied behind their back. And so, similarly to the officer in the guild, we are asking the city council to strongly look at the documentation that we've provided, the documentation that employees that are leaving are provided, and really factors those in as you're reviewing what the next year or 2 or 5 or 10 are going to look like for the city of Mill Creek. So thank you very much and appreciate your time and consideration.
Thank you. Anyone else here in the audience? Go ahead, sir.
Yes, thank you for allowing me time to speak this evening. My name is Kevin Clemens. I live in the Upland neighborhood at 2703 143rd Place Southeast. And just a little background, I worked at Boeing for over 32 years, and we have a historically strong safety culture at Boeing. And currently Boeing has, due to the recent history, we have increased that emphasis on safety to a greater extent than ever before. So with that in mind, I look around and so it's on the forefront of my mind all the time. And when I look at some of the things around the city of Mill Creek, I see some things that are lacking from a safety perspective. Mill Creek's done a great job working to help the handicapped, and I'm aware of that, and that's a great step forward. But there's other things that are lacking, like let me zero in on one thing. Our former mayor, who I think did a great job overall, brought to the attention through the news the lack of safety zones. Safety zones go throughout all of our neighborhoods. With the neighborhoods specifically that do not have sidewalks. Those safety zones are for people to walk in, not to park in. For one thing, they're not designated properly and thoroughly. The other thing is that the markers, the turtles, the white markers are missing in an abundance for over 4 years now. It just makes our neighborhoods look trashy because it looks undone. But that's the small part, the undone part. It's the safety part. It's the people that are walking with their kids in strollers, with their children walking, little kids on bikes. That's our sidewalk. When is Mill Creek going to step up and do the small thing it takes to make a big leap forward for safety and fix those walk lanes, those safety zones, they're designated safety zones? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here in the audience? Go ahead and step up, name and address. Try to keep your comments to 3 minutes if you could.
A woman, I'll try. Sally Dagner, 17502, Palomino Drive, Bothell. I'm here tonight as a friend of Mill Creek police officers' wives. I'm delivering their letter to you on their behalf. Dear City Council, I'm the wife of one of the finest police officers you'll ever get the pleasure of knowing. My husband has served the Mill Creek Police Department faithfully for 17 years. He has filled the gas tanks of numerous families living in their cars. He's bought meals for an untold number of struggling citizens and transients. He bought a haircut for an immigrant living on their streets. He has piles of banking notes from Mill Creek residents. He has knocked on the door of unsuspecting parents, held grieving mothers, comforted an endless number of your citizens on their very worst days. You have limited or no knowledge of your city's very worst crimes. You get to remain blissfully unaware while my husband stands in a room with a murdered mother pregnant with her 9-month-old unborn child. He walks around her pool of blood for 10 hours and then comes home to his own babies. He hugs a 19-year-old whose father just stabbed her mother to death in front of her. He works nonstop to make a flawless case against a grandfather who's prostituting his 9-year-old granddaughter. He's worked tirelessly to get the worst of the worst off of your Mill Creek streets. He de-escalates, protects, comforts, saves, rescues, sometimes while getting yelled at and spit on, and sometimes worse. He has cried in his patrol car, woken up with nightmares, been beaten and bruised, literally and emotionally, from this job. He has also begged this city repeatedly for more support, told everyone who'll listen how short-staffed and unsafe their work conditions are. Simply put, this city is negligent in staffing levels and is increasing the risk to my husband, as well as becoming a catalyst for a mass exodus of your officers. Many have left and many more are on their way out. Plainly said, you just cannot get beat up on the streets day in and day out, and then come back to the office and get beat up on some more. Someone somewhere has to have your back, and no one in this city has theirs. These officers deserve a safer working environment. They deserve better than a revolving door of leaders who only look out for number one. They deserve a city council that has their back and they're unfailing, and they unfailingly have yours whenever you call.
In person. Okay, I'm going to move online, and as usual, Barb was the first virtual hand I saw, so I will start with Barb Heidel. If there are others, if you can raise your virtual hand so I can speak. Barb, go ahead.
Barb Heidel, 1401 144th Place Southeast, Mill Creek. Thank you. I love living in Mill Creek, but I am very concerned what is happening in our city. I'm quite sure everyone wants to feel safe residing here. I do understand the pandemic has caused concerns with the budget, but money needs to be spent wisely. If money has been allocated in the budget and has been passed by the council for the public safety, especially to keep our police department equipped with vehicles, supplies, repairs, most importantly with officers and support staff, I would hope there would be no more delay to make sure this happens. If these budgeted monies have not been spent on these line items, where has the money gone? Our public safety is of utmost importance, and I do hope we act now. Thank you.
Thank you, Barb. Is there anyone else on virtual who would like to speak? I'm not seeing any hands up. Okay, there will be another opportunity at the end of the meeting. Thank you for everyone who came to provide your comments. In light of the testimony we've heard, is there any objection to flipping the agenda and moving right into the MOU like last week and deferring the presentation till after that? Is that okay? No. Is that okay, Michael?
Yes, that'd be great. Thanks,
Okay,
Mayor.
let's move right into the MOU if you would, please.
Since last week, Mayor, we have modified the MOU, and I asked Deputy City Manager Martin Memolo to present this to you. Sorry.
Thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, community members and leadership of the City of Mill Creek. We're going to putting a resolution right now to authorize the city manager to execute the MOU between the City of Mill Creek and the Mill Creek Police Officers Guild. This MOU increases the current hiring incentive up to $20,000 based on a tiered methodology, and provides a section there that also has a forgivable loan up to a 24-month period that they have to be within the department.
Is that the
You did, thank you.
questions, comments? Councilmember Bryles and then Councilmember Campbell.
Martin, I just have one question here. You mentioned 24 months on the forgivable loan. I see in here, I think it actually says it goes
Sorry,
for 36 months. Is that,
My mistake, 36, but
okay,
it was.
okay. I just wanted to be sure that we had that all, that I was looking at the right copy. Okay,
Councilmember Cavallari.
Thanks, Mayor. Of course, I'm going to support this. We talked about this last week. I think this is kind of the byproduct of the dialogue we had last week on the dais, increasing the amount of money's out there to try to entice folks to come here. I really appreciate Guild President coming down here, and especially the show of force down here. It's not on deaf ears. I think collectively there's some common ground here to be had, and I hear you. But for me personally, I apologize to the officer having to work 18, 12-hour shifts in a row. That's actually happened. I think that's awful and a product of the environment we're in. I'm hoping we can fix that. I'm hoping that we decide to work on this together. I like the ideas, throwing the kitchen sink at it, hiring trailers, video trailers and all that, doing that kind of stuff. I think it's an all hands on deck approach here, and something has to be done. There is a tipping point at some point. We discussed this a little bit last week, and I hope you have the confidence in us to try and fix it. I think, I'm not going to speak for everybody, but I think I can. I think everybody here wants a safe city. And I think that's a given. And we certainly don't want officers working 18 shifts in a row. I've been there, maybe not 18, but I've been there when I'm the new guy. And I remember how awful it was and how much I hated coming to work. So your message is well received here tonight. Hoping we'll have the opportunity to fix it, but we'll do it together. Thank you.
Councilmember Morgan.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank you all for coming and presenting your heartfelt stories to us. It really brings to life your experience with this and what's going on with the department. We need to do what's best for our city and what's for our department, and we need to hire some people. We need to do it, to say the least. $20,000 is a fantastic starting point, but my quick napkin math shows that hiring entry-level people for the amount that we need, including their salary, the academy washout rate, something in the ballpark of $125,000 per person before they can start working. If $20,000 isn't enough to get the people we need to bump that up. We need to do more. Thank you.
Councilmember Stecker.
First of all, my apologies that you had to come to us in this large group. And I hope that we can avoid that in the future again, if there's ever an issue that you feel unheard, and we can expedite that earlier. But now, let's talk about this issue. The $20,000, that puts us on some very level playing field with other cities. Great. We approved that. I think that we heard that last week from the council. I'm sure you'll have no problem here. But I don't want to just stop there. Is there some other action that we can take? It sounds to me like we're in a bigger, more concerning situation than I originally thought. Can we take some other action tonight? Can we take this a little step further? Not just money, though. I heard an idea about a video on our city that could be produced, and where would that be distributed? How would we get that distributed? Is that an action that makes sense? If it is it something that we should take the steps tonight to take to the next level? Is there some short-term solutions of any other staffing individuals that we can bring in? Because the last thing I want to do is drain out one of my existing Mill Creek police officers that wants to leave because they're just getting overworked to death. Is there other interim officers that we could bring in to help us in our staffing need at this point? Are there other solutions that we haven't thought about? The 20,000 is one issue. Yeah, signing bonus, that makes I'm a capitalist. I'm a bit, that makes financial sense to me, better than the entry level individuals. That's smart money. Let's do that. Let's bring in some senior level people. Let's bring them in. It's a smarter move. What else can we do though to expedite our situation that we're in? I really want to support this video, doing some different things to go out, different vehicles that we could use to promote our city to potential officers. Are there some national sources? There's some regional ones. I don't know, but I hate to just say, yay on the 20,000. I don't think it's going to solve all of our problems overnight. I'd like to take some action up here today with the council to go that step further. And I heard that one action. I'm going to stay with that one. I don't know if there's an action of having our chief of police explore some entry level, some additional officers. I got two far better experts than I am sandwiched on each side of me. I don't know anything about law enforcement. So can we bring in other officers to help in the interim? What can we do to help get us through this situation? In addition to giving you that competitive signing bonus that we need, what else can we do right now to keep our officers from having to work the increased amount of overtime and make sure we're more than 2 people on a shift? What else can we do? I'm open to some ideas tonight because it sounds like an extra step that we're a little bit behind on talking about. So I'd like to open that up. And I don't know if we can allow people to go to the microphone, Mayor, or offer suggestions, say no. Or maybe we could offer some action to come back to us next week with some recommendations. Is that possible?
Let's get to others' comments first.
I'll stop talking.
Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mayor. So I support the motion. I like the improvements that we made. Thank you to all the officers here, and there's people that are supporting those officers and our support staff, and thank you for the work you do to keep Mill Creek safe. I will be honest, I'm a little concerned that this problem, which is not limited to Mill Creek, there are many, this is a county-wide, this is a statewide, it's arguably a national-wide problem in recruitment, and I'm willing to try this. And let's see what happens. If we won't know if we don't try. I fear this is a more complicated problem. We're going to have to adapt. And is there a millennial mindset challenge that we need to? How do we recruit specific for the entry level folks? The laterals, the competition for the workforce right now. It's not just trying to get the Everett and Linwood, and it's Microsoft, it's Amazon, it's Boeing that is saying, we'll give you 125, 135. If we can't find the workers, 145. And they like cops. You're smart, capable. As many of you have educations that would open the door to some of these other positions, and you've got the skill set to go there. And they're trying to get you to come there too. I get that. I understand. I mean, the city of Sultan didn't offer me a planner job because I was the best planner out there. They couldn't find anybody. They were stuck with me. There's a lot of people that are attracted to you guys as candidates, and are trying to recruit you away from this profession, and we're having to compete with them. So I don't know what the future is going to be. I don't think this is going to be an easy fix, but this is at least a start to try and entice some laterals to give our city a shot and to make it financially viable for them. Moving expenses and other things, this will help them in that. So let's see what happens. I support it. I think this is a very complicated problem, and I don't think we're going to have easy fixes.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. In regards to the MOU last week, I joined with Councilmember Cavallari requesting the amount offered to 20,000. I'm concerned that we need to be competing with everyone in the county, and we should be playing on that field. Also, I want to thank everyone for coming down here tonight and speaking to us and telling us what you're going through and what it's like to be you, because we don't know if we don't hear it. And so thank you for coming down and sharing your stories with us tonight. For me, I have been under the understanding that we were working to hire people during the summer. So I'm kind of surprised to hear it hasn't went very far. But it sounds to me as we're looking at this, that just the bonus is not going to solve the problem. We need to be proactive. We need to be actively out there on top of it, looking for people, bringing them in and being on top of it immediately. And also, I'm concerned that we need to look at everything and we need a retention plan, because it doesn't just solve things to hiring bonuses for the new employees. We have existing employees that aren't getting those bonuses. And I'm assuming there would need to be discussions with the union in regards to those issues as well, that I'm unaware of. So I think we need to prioritize a plan to make sure that we are working with the union on retention and also on hiring quickly, because we don't want you guys to sit out there. You guys are keeping us safe, and we really appreciate all of you, and we want you to feel that we do appreciate you. So I think we need to work together, and we need to make sure that we are prioritizing what you need so that you feel heard and you feel that we have your back and you have what you need to do. Thank you for going out there, putting yourself on the line for our safety each and every day. I know I'm pretty sure I speak for every one of us that we really do appreciate it. And I look forward to working with you, and I look to coming up with a solution quickly to get more officers hired and get moving on that. Thanks.
I'd like to make a motion to approve resolution 2021-6.
Just want to say again, thank you for everyone bringing this. Officers is not acceptable. I don't think we fully appreciated the extent of the challenges we've had funding those. Besides taking action tonight, what I would suggest is we ask staff to come back to us in the coming weeks with what other steps we can take as the council to support the efforts to fill these positions. I don't know, I'm not an expert in policing, what it's going to take to attract officers to come to our community, but we need the staff and you guys to work together to come up with ideas that you can bring to us, so we can make decisions on how we can deal with this. And as you said, it needs to be sooner rather than later. So I hope that we can make that happen in the coming weeks. This needs to be a top priority. Councilmember Steckler.
Yes, I have a suggestion. In addition, I'd like to make a discussion with the motion that's been presented. I do agree with approving the MOU, but I would like to add, and what you were saying, I think we're in more of an immediate situation now for the next few weeks. I agree with approving the MOU, but in addition, I would ask that within the next week's meeting, that the city manager, in conjunction with the chief, collectively come back to us next week with any additional suggestions that they would need our approval on to move forward to ensure that we are getting these officers hired. I don't want to hear 2-3 weeks or a month from now, we're still in a bad situation, we should have done this or that a month ago. I'd like to know now if there's anything else that we need to do to rectify the situation and to move forward. What would it take? What do you need? Let's get it, tell us what we would need to approve to keep anything out of keeping you from getting these officers hired now rather than later. I would ask that we approve this MOU, but in addition, I would want to see the city manager in conjunction with the chief of police collectively coming back next week with a list of any additional suggestions or recommendations they have to ensure the placement of these immediate placement of these additional officers.
To keep this clean, can we take action on the MOU and then finish up that
Do a
discussion?
second motion?
After, I want to ask the chief a question on that, but let's take action on the MOU if that's okay.
Then as long as I can make a motion on the second one.
That's fair enough.
Okay.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion is passed. Before you get to your motion, John, I saw the chief on the screen too, I think. I'll ask the same question to Chief and Michael. And is a week too short a time. How quickly can you put together a preliminary set of recommendations that we can begin a discussion? Is next week too early?
Mayor, I can speak safely for the chief and I, that we can put together and give you an update of our progress. And we can do this with the same energy that we've done in ARPA, which is we'll update you at each meeting.
Chief?
I would concur. I think we can get some recommendations to the council by next week. We've been working on them already.
Okay, great. Thank you. And thank you again, everyone, for coming down, taking the time to testify.
With that in mind, can I make a motion?
Oh, yes, I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
Yes, please.
I'd like to make a motion that the city manager, in conjunction with the Mill Creek Chief of Police, come back to the city council at next week's city council meeting with a list of any other needs or recommendations they have to expedite the hiring process that we are in the midst of in regards to the Mill Creek Police Department.
I'm going to second. I guess I want to discuss that a little bit.
Okay, the floor is open for discussion. Councilmember Cavallari?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess the question I have is, and I'll just ask this openly, no sense beating around the bush. Do we have hiring committees in place for police officers now? Or can we put a committee together that includes the guild, so I know that their feelings on the matter or their ideas are at least being vetted, and we can get them to council here?
The chair, there isn't a committee per se, Councilman Cavallari, but the opportunity for us to meet with the guild and the discussion we had last Thursday morning is that we're looking at doing this on a weekly basis. So I don't know if we have to formalize any committee. It would involve the police guild leadership, myself, Martin Yamamoto, and Chief Young.
So I like the idea, but I want everybody to be clear that this is exclusive of the bargaining process, that this is a hiring committee and something that, and we're looking at the spaghetti of trying to throw spaghetti on the wall and see what sticks. So I think that's a great first step. So I'm sorry, John, go ahead.
Councilmember Bond?
Thank you. We just took a massive step in trying to bring some improvement to this. And we haven't even given it, the ink's not even dry on the last motion we passed to see if this even works. So I trust the chief to take advantage of any opportunity, any council meeting that he has an idea, and him and the city manager want to come before us and say, we've thought about this, and this is an idea that we'd like to come forward with. But the current idea is, let's try this enhancement to see if we can recruit some laterals. I'm not going to do anything that stands in the way of them bringing ideas before us. I don't think we need a motion to mandate that they bring something new by next week.
Councilmember Stichels?
In response to that, I understand Councilman Bond's thought. We've answered the need with a signing bonus. My concern is I don't know if that's going to be enough, and I don't want to wait to find out if it is. It may be enough. We may not need to do anything else. That's great. But if there's anything else that's out there, and I did hear from the guild that there were some other ideas and suggestions that have not been approved yet. And I'm fearful of waiting to see if this works. In 30 days from now, we find out the signing bonus wasn't enough because all the other cities are offering the same signing bonus. And as you so eloquently put it, Councilman Bond, this is a national situation for hiring police officers. It's not a local issue. I think this is great. Making us competitive is one step, but that is not going to immediately turn things around. I think we need to, at this point, when we're this far down, we need to do more than the obvious, more than what we know, to ensure that we get an immediate response, because I was not aware of the number of officers that we were down, and I'm a little bit concerned about that. So I would like to take more action rather than just the recommended action. I'd like to be more.
Councilmember Morgan?
Thank you, Mayor. I would also like to take more action, more specifically to the retention aspect of our current officers. If there's even a single officer that's looking to leave for no greener pastures, we need to look at why. and we need to do something to keep them here. It's important we keep our officers, and we cherish them just like we would cherish any other thing vitally important to our city. So in regards to looking forward and what plans we're looking for, hiring new people, laterals, I also want to see an emphasis on retention in there as well.
Any further discussion? There was a second. Correct? Yes. Okay. Then I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Any abstentions? Motion passes 6-1. Okay, with that, we will go back to presentations.
Thank you, Mayor. First up is the Mill Creek Arts and Beautification Board Utility Box presentation. I believe I'm turning the floor over to Councilman Steinberg.
Actually, we'll just take a moment here to allow some of our audience members to. Turn it over. As some of you will recall, and some of you who are relatively new may not recall, a few years ago, we started a new process of wrapping utility boxes with colorful graphics to enhance the visual beauty of the city. We haven't done these for a number of years, and the Arts Beautification Committee wanted to bring back this task. And to do that, they put together the following presentation, expertly presented by their very own Arts and Beautification member, Jean Smart, who I'm going to turn this over to, and afterwards we can have some discussion. But she wants to give you an update on what we have been doing and what we want, what the Arts and Beautification team wants to do going forward. Jean, it's all yours. Oh, we do need to unmute yourself.
Oh.
You're muted.
I will.
Can you unmute yourself, Jean, or do we?
No, I gotta,
Oh, we need Joe.
she can do it. She can unmute now.
Now you can unmute, Jean.
I will ask her to unmute, make sure. Is she not a co-host?
Unmute yourself in your computer.
Jean, can you unmute your computer?
Can you unmute your computer? We've unlocked it at our end. If you could unmute your computer. Joe, is she unmuted from our end?
Yes, I pressed the button to ask to
Oh, She
unmute.
can't hear us talking to her.
She should be able to.
She can call in if needed.
There we go.
There we go. She just had it.
Jean, can you unmute?
It was off and then went back on.
Correct.
There we go. How's that?
Yes.
All right. Sorry for the slow start. Yes, I'm here to represent the Arts and Beautification Board. Carmen Fisher is also with me to support in any way that if we need additional comment. I've been a member of the board for the last, I guess, 4 years, since 2017. So I wasn't here for the beginning of this project, but I expect many of you have seen the fruits of the project as you drive around town, both the utility box art wraps at Dumas Road and the Bothell Everett Highway completed by Jackson High School students, and the graphic artist production at the corner of Mill Creek Boulevard and Main Street. So I'm thinking that you've seen those. I want to talk to you a little bit about the history. In 2016, the Arts and Beautification Board identified this project as a potential for beautifying our city. And these wraps that were placed on the utility boxes are vinyl, graffiti resistant, washable. They generally have a lifespan of 5 to 7 years. In the beginning, 3 utility box sites were presented to the council, and that was in 2016. That was for 3 boxes on Main Street, 1 box across from Mill Creek Elementary on 148th, and 2 across from McCollum Park on Dumas Road. The council at that time presented or awarded $5,000 for the project, of which, are you reading this on the screen? Do you have this project in front of you? You don't have the presentation in front of you?
Now it's being shared. We do have it up there.
There we go. That's much better. All right. Now we're feeling better about this. Those 3 boxes were completed on the Main Street site. 1 box from Mill Creek Elementary on 148th is still waiting. And the 2 boxes from McCollum Park, those boxes were kind of abandoned because actually what would happen was you would only see them as you were driving out of Mill Creek, which wasn't our intent. It was more for the people coming to Mill Creek and being welcome there. All right, you ready for the next slide? The city council at that time approved $5,000 for the project, of which $200 was designated for graphic artists to design the 4 box wraps, $300 for a student art scholarship to design the wraps, and $4,500 for the production and installation of the wraps. Due to many factors, the original budget wasn't sufficient, and the city manager recommended approval of another $7,500 in funding to complete the project at 3 box sites around the city. Now, 2 sites were completed. You see the 3 boxes at the corner of Main Street and Mill Creek Boulevard. And then the other 3 that were student art from Jackson High School at the corner of Bothell Everett Highway and Dumas Road. All right. According to comments that we've had in the community and to board members, the utility boxes, which have been completed, have received many positive supports from community members. The presentation of student art on Dumas Road and Bothell Everett Highway site has given Jackson High School students a positive presence in the community and an audience for their work. At this time, we've surveyed 2 additional schools, Heatherwood Middle School and Mill Creek Elementary, and they're very interested. In fact, Heatherwood students are ready to begin work on art for an additional site, which we think should be on the Bothell Everett Highway, probably near where the exit to Heatherwood is. And they're actually ready to start classes twice a week after school at Heatherwood to develop the art project. Mill Creek Elementary does not have an art specialist, but they are highly interested, and their PTA is working on figuring out a way to produce the art right now. Our committee also has considered inviting members of the community to submit their designs for the boxes. And we haven't done that yet because we have a couple schools that are very anxious to get going and provide some art for the community. We are seeking funding to complete the initial project plus funding for 1 additional site. We'd like to, the original location was 148th and 35th, and that was where Mill Creek Elementary is located. And then we have some additional site options to share with you. So Trillium and the Bothell Everett Highway. (153rd) and the Bothell Everett Highway. You can see can you see the utility boxes back there? Later on, when I talk about costs, you'll know that some of the difference about the cost of producing the covers for these utility boxes is dependent on the number of boxes at the site and the size of the boxes. Okay, another. That's 153rd and the Bothell Everett Highway. And you can see there's 3 boxes there. And then 25th and 132nd, which is just somewhere between Lowe's and the Albertsons on that corner. And then this is one that the committee was particularly interested in. It's at 35th and the Seattle Hill Road, because there's a lot of traffic that goes by there, and we want as many art appreciation candidates there as possible. This one is at 35th and 156. And I'll thank Shoshana on our committee for having gone out and photographed all these sites for us. 35th and 148th, these are the 3 boxes that are on the corner where Mill Creek Elementary is located. Okay, materials, vinyl, lifespan of 5 to 7 years, graffiti resistant, and we really haven't seen graffiti on our first 2 locations at all. They're professionally installed and removed. And we've been working with the Evermark, who are the commercial appliers of this art. Okay, 2016 projected numbers were 780 per unit, stipend for an artist for 4 units, and scholarship for a student at 300 for 1 unit. And so ultimately we were approved for $5,000 for 5 units. We came back and asked for an additional $7,500 in funding to complete the project at 3 boxes around the city. And what the city actually paid was for the graphic artist, Amanda Pierman. She got $500. Fall 2018, Evermark did the install for $3,802.56. September 2019, 3 boxes, and these were the ones designed by Jackson High School students, was $44,0895. On the day that we created this slide, I had talked with representatives from Evermark, and they had estimated that the cost would be between $2,000 and $3,000 per box. I now have different estimates that came to me this morning. The highest cost for any set of boxes would be $35.80 plus tax, and that is for 3 boxes, and that was at the 35th and 148th site near the elementary school. And the lowest cost was $2,775. And that was the lowest cost. That was at Trillium and the Bothell Everett Highway. That total for 2 boxes to be completed by December 31st would be $65.28. That's an estimate, plus another $719 I figured for taxes on it. To be safe, we probably would like to request at this time $7,700 to complete 2 additional sites for these wraps. And we're hoping that you will be able to smile on that project.
And Gina, I take it you're open to questions now?
I sure am.
Thank you.
Sorry for the frog.
Councilmember Cavallari.
Thank you, Gene. Thanks for this presentation. I loved this idea back in 2016 when Councilmember Michelson brought it up, and I support her with that. Love how we include the kids in school. I also love how, and many folks might not remember this, but we also did the judging. We made it a contest. We made the judging be voted on at the Arts Walk in our community, where everybody got to pick which one they liked best, and the top 3 or top 2 were they're now on electric boxes within our city. So thanks so much for bringing this forward. Just some quick background. About 3 to 6 months ago, I don't remember, I called Councilmember Steckler. I said, hey, are you guys interested in a project? And he started laughing. And a citizen had stopped me at Central Market and said, hey, these electric boxes look like crap. Why can't we do just like the others throughout the city? And no sooner did maybe 24 hours pass by, another citizen said the same thing to me running along Village Green Drive. So there's obviously a need. We're mandated by law to utilize some REIT monies toward the arts, and I 100% support this. I thank you for taking the time, A&B Board. I absolutely think you've done a great job in your presentation, and I wholeheartedly support it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Morgan.
Thank you, Mayor. I also support these arts projects. I think they're great for the city. They give it that small town feel that we know and love. And, you know, they're a lot better looking than a metal utility box, which is always nice. So I had a quick question for you, Gene, in regards to the quotes that you mentioned. You said the low quote was around 2,700. Was that for a single box or was that a set of boxes?
Well, I can't tell you exactly, but I can tell you it's for the utility boxes at Trillium and the Bothell Everett Highway at Trillium Boulevard. So that is where where you'd make the left turn into the MCCA there.
Okay, so whatever amount, if there were 2 boxes there, or 3 boxes for the ones.
Right. These quotes differ because of the number of boxes at the sites and the size. So Evermark went out and got the dimensions of all the boxes, and then what they gave me was a quote for each site.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
And I think the highest one, I know because we were working on this last year. The highest one, the highest quote was the one for 35th and 148th, and there are 3 boxes there.
And the highest one was the 3,500 you mentioned, or the?
Yeah, yes, it's the 3580.
Okay, so.
And that's for 3 boxes at that 148th in Buckle and 35th.
Okay, great. Okay.
Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. It did make me smile. I smile when I see the boxes. This is a fun project. It's not terribly costly, and it does make the city a little better. Thank you.
Councilmember Bryce.
Thank you for the presentation, Gene. It's been great in the past to have worked with you on these projects and to have brought these forward. I'm really glad to see that we're moving forward with some more of the projects that we had in mind. I know we've been trying to work on that Mill Creek Elementary one for a while now. So I'm really glad to see that that's in there. So I see that the estimate is that you want to do 2 boxes at a cost of $3,000 each is what we have in our agenda packet. It sounds like you have a little bit different number that you're looking for. And
Right.
so
The number's different now because I got the actual quotes this morning.
okay.
He had estimated for me at the time that I developed the presentation that it would be between 2,000 and 3,000 per box per site. After he went out and did the measurements, he came back with some different numbers for me.
Okay.
And the one that we originally had in our plans near Mill Creek Elementary was the most expensive one after measurements were done.
Okay. So what it sounds like is there's a number that you'd like us to approve, but we haven't got 2 specific sites set yet, which I do trust you guys to pick good sites. So I'm just wondering if that's how the motion works that we would be looking for here. And I'm going to go to the city manager on the question here. Is the motion that we're looking at here in place, or do we need to determine a motion from this, or is this just information?
Yeah, this was just a presentation, but this is really a celebration of how the process is intended to work. The support lies in the council, and the council could take action based on that advice, and that becomes our marching orders.
Okay, great. Then, Gene, I'd love to understand a recommendation from the Arts and Beautification Board. it looks like in order to support what it would cost, what you believe the cost would be for 2 of these, with tax included, et cetera, so that we can give you so that we can be looking at the right amount here to authorize.
Councilmember Browse, we may want to make it like a number not to exceed a certain amount. I think that would cover and get us everywhere we want to be here.
Right, okay.
Right. I had thought that if we were able to secure a maximum of $7,700, we would that would cover it. And obviously we need to complete this by December 31st. So we are anxious to move forward.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jean, for your great presentation. I also have been getting people discuss with me that they love the wraps and that they would like to see more when I'm out in the community. So I'm excited to see what you come up with. I also, and since you have a time crunch, it sounds like you may not have time for this, but I would like to see us reach out to more than just Mill Creek Elementary, because it's not the only elementary school that serves our city. I know Woodside serves parts of Mill Creek. I know Cedarwood does. I know I'm getting at least one where Councilmember Morgan's son goes. So I would be interested in seeing if any of those other elementary schools would like to participate and have their kids, if we're going to make a decision and vote on which one gets used, maybe they would like to participate and have the opportunity as well.
Thank you for that suggestion, Stephanie. When we chose the schools, we actually at the time chose schools to work with, and we actually have people working in those schools now for the projects, but we're hoping that there will be more sites over time. And I wasn't aware that we might include Woodside Elementary or Cedar Park, because I did not think they were in the Mill Creek city limits, and I was trying to we were trying to work with schools within the city limits at the time. But I certainly, if that's something the council would like to do, we certainly could reach farther. I know that the members of our committee also have talked about putting out a general call to people in the city who would like to design some art, just community members. But I have to say that at this time, I know that Heatherwood is going forward with their design. There's a teacher there named April Musselman, who is very anxious to work on this project. And I have to do a shout out to Kaya Smith too at Jackson High School for her participation a couple of years ago. They're both hugely excited to do this work and are looking for more. And I know that Mill Creek Elementary has kind of been on hold. They were ready last year to submit student art at the end of the year. And then COVID came along and the schools closed, and that really put a damper on their project. So they're being hopeful right now too, but as many others as we could include would be wonderful.
Councilmember Steckler?
I think there's some great suggestions from council. Appreciate everybody's comments. What I would like to recommend at this point, the Arts and Beautification Committee was hoping to check in with the council and make sure that you're okay with the project, that you like the project, you want to see us moving forward on 2 more. And they did not want to put in all the effort into it. They made sure that the council was on board and was supportive and financially supportive. And so given the pricing that we're looking at, more specifically that the prices that Jean has done so much work on getting, sometimes they involve 2 boxes, sometimes they involve 3 boxes, sometimes the boxes are close together. They're a little bit more difficult to wrap, the labor costs go up. So that's why it's really hard to pin a number on this thing. I think the 7,700 is a really accurate number. I would recommend, if it's all right with the council, I'd like to make a motion that we approve a sum not to exceed $8,000 for the Arts and Beautification Committee to utilize for 2021 for the purpose of securing and executing 2 additional artwork wraps on utility boxes on one of the locations as specified in the presentation they gave to us today.
Second.
Any discussion? Michael, if this isn't in the budget, do we have to identify where it comes, where we get the money from? Or is that something we let you worry about? Do we need?
I'd like to ask Laurel a quick question about, first of all, the first part of that, Mayor, is it in the budget for the AB? And then let's move to the second one with grants assistance.
So we can put that in the budget at this point in time. I was actually about to present, and since we are approaching the amendment, that is something I can stick in there. Right now, the only thing I have in there is roughly $4,000 for the historical preservation project to finish that, but we could include, we did have 10,000 and I can adjust that accordingly.
We also have a council contingency, don't we?
Yes.
How much is in that? Well, the point is, we can find, it sounds like we can find a place in the existing budget where to.
And just to clarify, there is a budgeted line item for arts and beautification, but we may have moved it around or something.
Okay.
Is what I'm hearing.
Okay, well, I don't think we need to worry about that for the purposes of the motion, so if there's no further discussion. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion passes 7-0. Move right into the budget amendment.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jean.
Thank you, Jean.
Well done, Gene. Carmen, great job.
Through the chair, I'll introduce our finance director to get us started on the 2021-22 budget amendment. Laurel, take it away, please.
All right, can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
All right, so I think we're just going to start out kind of looking at where we're going. So today is just the first look, and next week we're going to take a deep dive, really getting into what the numbers I'm showing you tonight, what the full detail is, and I'll get more guidance from council between tonight and next week. And then from there, I should have the budget pretty much ready to go after next week's meeting. And so then by the 9th, we'll just review the budget again, and then we'll have the hearing for your levy and your regular property tax levy, and then your EMS levy. So that'll be if we want to take the 1% or not. And then from there, we will have the final hearing on November 23rd to adopt the budget. If needed, that can be pushed out up through December 31st. But I do need the ordinance passed for the levy before November 30th. So November 23rd would be the absolute latest we could do that. Oh, there we go. All right, so I just wanted to start. We'll go ahead and jump into general fund. So I will say I did go ahead and do projections based on things starting to move again. With COVID, it's been brutal for passports, for recreation. We've taken some revenue hits. We were fortunate to have CARES funding. I did not pull CARES funding out of 2020 numbers just because the revenues and expenses are both in there, so they offset. And then in 2021, I did not put ARPA in there because if we had an additional almost $3 million in revenue with no expenses, it was going to really start skewing things. And then to start, I will say, so back in 2014, from that time, every biennium up through the very last biennium, we were losing about $300,000. So with COVID and the slowdown, we were able to reassess, figure out where we want to go. So that's where I have tried to make sure that no matter what, our revenues are going to come in over expenses so that we're not losing money and so that we're at least contributing to the reserve to help with capital projects. So that is something to consider. From that, with sales tax, I did adjust sales tax up a bit. We do know that the farm sales tax is likely going to be coming to an end in about 2022. And then, as I said, no ARPA revenues are included. So I just wanted to take a very broad look at the general fund. So your peach line is the expenses and revenues are the top green line. And then fund balance is the blue line in the middle. So as you can see, if expenses continue to climb because, we have COLAs every year, just the cost of living in general goes up. And so things get more expensive. We've still tried to hold expenses down as much as possible. This is also with me keeping the tax rate flat. So that is not with any kind of increase. And as you can see, we're going to need to make some adjustments if we continue. All right, so from here, I wanted to just jump in. I think normally you might be used to seeing that we have like 25% sales tax and the rest is property tax for the taxes piece. So 86% of our revenues do come from taxes overall. And then you have roughly 4% for right now for charges for service, different intergovernmental revenues, so like liquor excise tax. I think I had just PUD privilege tax, that kind of thing. So I do want to note that so because of the revenue losses, we did push off a lot of capital improvement. So there was a transfer that had been budgeted in the 1920 biennium to move almost $1 million into our capital improvement fund. So that did not happen because we had COVID hit and NLC was saying, hey guys, just so you know, likely all of the cities around the nation, your revenues are all going to be dropping 20%. So hold down the hatches. It's going to be rough water. So any kind of capital we did push off if possible. So that is something that we start really picking up starting in late 2021 and through 2022. So here you can see this, you got licenses and permits. We were at 930,000 in 2019. You can see it drop in 20 to 642. And I've estimated it roughly 660. As far as passports go, we had dropped from 602 in a single year to 165. We've lost about $1.2 million each biennium-ish for passports alone. And I did go ahead, so I was calculating that we could keep offices open. I know with the current state of COVID, the federal government has talked about closing passport offices down, but fingers crossed they don't do that. And then I did push us back up in 2022 to roughly 400,000. Recreation, I did go ahead. We have had some income in 2021 for recreation in the last couple months. And then I am pushing that and thinking hopefully by, I would say after March to June, we're hoping that we can start doing rec classes like normal. And then you can also see development fees really took a dive from 2019. So I did do those slower just because there has to be someone building for us to get those fees.
Laurel, on those fees, do you have the 2018 number handy? Because I'm assuming, and correct me if I'm wrong, that 525,000 probably was attributable to the farm.
Correct.
So
Yes, so
So we can't really see the pattern there. It looks like a drop off, but if we looked at the years preceding that, maybe more consistent with what we were seeing in 20 and 21.
correct, yes. And I did go ahead and use prior years for that number. And I will say, so these development fees that are above and beyond our normal expected fees, that would have been something we should have transferred over to the CIF fund, so our capital improvement fund. Any kind of one-time monies for big projects like that should be going into that fund. But we had COVID hit, so we were trying to make up revenue losses.
We did, and Laurel, if I could just do a pause here to just kind of elevate us to start seeing some themes or patterns at a higher level. What I've heard from Laurel is that this isn't the first time the city has taken one-time only funds and put it into a general fund that's typically allocated for the recurring revenue lines and recurring expenses. So by doing that, I think overall, over the past number of years, we've created a falsely positive temporary picture of where we're at, rather than actually identifying, is this source of funding going to sustain us for an expending period? And that's one of the concerns we have, is that I don't believe that was the first time it was done. And talking with now Director Todd, I'm hearing that it's one of the overarching themes of what we need to talk about when we do have a mini retreat, just for finance alone, is where the city's at in its evolution, where it has really hit it out of the park, and what are the things we need to do to develop so that we're not at a point where, after you think about this, after 9 eliminations, position eliminations last year, at the end of last year's budget, Laurel's reporting that we only came in about 160,000 below budget. If I had that number right, Laurel, but for all those cuts, that's roughly about $1.3 million in payroll with all the roll-ups. We still just barely broke even. And so the theme here is that not only do we need to get out of the habit of one-time only money going into the general fund expenditures or recurring items, but we need to start talking more about structurally what we need to do as we reorganize City Hall, as we reorganize how we pay for the services we offer our community. The short-term fixes, I think, are rapidly evaporating.
I don't disagree, but I think we need to have some asterisks in these numbers going forward so we don't cause any confusion amongst us or the community. So for instance, when I look at the sales and use numbers, someone looks at that and says, wait a second, I thought we had COVID. Our sales and use tax went up from 19 pretty significantly, even more so in 21. But I'm assuming that those spikes are the construction sales tax from the farm. So if you pull that out, those numbers are going to look very different. So I think it's important for us budgeting to have that information and have those asterisks so that we don't create any misimpressions. Because again, like looking at the development fee, someone's going to look and say it dropped off. Well, no, if you look historically, it spiked and then it dropped back down to what it probably had been for the few years preceding that.
If I could ask a question on that, I was thinking that sales and use are combined into one. And just for me to clarify, use tax is what you're talking about at the farm, right?
I'm talking about the sales tax.
Because when I see sales tax revenue, when it was broken out as a separate line item, it had significant growth each and every year. I mean, it was huge growth. Laurel, you know the exact number, right? But I remember when you did break it out, it was hundreds of thousands of dollars each year.
Yeah, so that is construction though. So use tax is just, the only difference between sales and use tax is that use tax is if you buy something and you don't pay the full amount of sales tax, or you don't pay sales tax when you buy the item, and then you pay the sales tax afterward, that's considered a use tax.
So is this primarily sales tax revenue in this line item?
Yeah, it's all sales tax. Sales and use. Use is just another name for sales tax. It's just taken in differently.
So does that include sales tax from the farm?
Yes.
And
farm sales tax is included in this. That would be the construction piece that we had looked at the last finance report, which is a large piece of our sales tax right now.
which I recall was going down dramatically in 2021, correct?
In 2022,
I thought it went down
it'll fall off.
dramatically from 2020, correct? or I remember you telling me that, be aware, because in 2021, our sales tax revenue for the farms had go down dramatically, which is why we had such a lower number projected.
So there is concern that with COVID, that number could go down.
With COVID.
With where we were at, I projected based on what we had. I didn't want to go too crazy just in case, but I wanted to at least not have it show that we were way, way ahead. So that's why we went ahead and threw this in on revenues.
Is there any way we could just look at the sales tax separate out the farm from the sales tax revenue so we can answer this question? Because we keep coming back to this discussion every time we.
It depends because we'll have to see how many people are involved because that could be giving away specific information on their businesses.
Well, doesn't something they have to submit based upon their estimated construction cost? So at least from their estimated cost, that is, might be public information, we can make an educated calculation of how much the sales tax would have been from that.
Yeah, because when it's going down to 3.5 with the increases that we've had, and I know we had a decrease in 21. I'm a little concerned that we're significantly under projecting revenues at 3.5, but I may be wrong. That's why I'd like to see that.
Yes, I agree. We need to pull those numbers out because it may be that if you take out the farm, we've actually seen a steady line increase. Over this
I know we have on sales tax, and we looked at that. We have more sales tax revenue each and every year.
And Michael and Laurel, that'd be helpful to have as well. And I'm also interested, Laurel, I think I heard you say that we've lost 300,000 a year over the past since 2014, which confuses me a little bit because when I look at our general fund balance, if I recall 5 years ago, we were down around 4.5 or 5 million. We haven't been up over 7 million that I recall in a number of years. So you don't have to answer that now, but I'm interested in seeing those numbers because we haven't dipped into the general fund significantly that I'm aware of over the last 7 years.
So it was 300,000 per biennium. So that may have.
Given that, if we in a future meeting we could get some clarification because the general fund reserve has grown by several $1 million over the last 6 or 7 years. So that wouldn't make sense if we even on a biennial basis supposedly have dipped into it. So I think that'd be helpful to have clarification on that.
Yes, I can have that for our next meeting.
Thank you.
I had one other question on the revenues too. Could you explain that I'm sure it's great and I don't understand it. Why the tax revenue decreases in 22?
I'm sorry, why the what?
Tax revenue decreases, taxes. We've got going from 13 million down to 12.7.
That would be the sales tax decrease that I projected in 22.
So you've got the tax line number at the top of 11.7, 12.5, 13, 12.7.
So that's the summary of all of the items in white.
Of all the numbers in white.
Yes.
That explains it. It's that huge number down there with sales tax, sales news tax. Okay.
Okay, any other questions? Don't see anyone, okay. All right, so I just wanted to kind of put a visual up here. This is just the same information below. It just shows where our general fund revenue was hitting in pictorially. So you can see in 22, it is quite a bit lower, and 21 even is lower than 2020. I will say 2020 does have CARES funding in that, so that would come down a bit as well. And that would just fit with what we've been discussing on the revenue losses for COVID in 2020 and 2021.
Do you recall how much was CARES funding total?
It was like 996,000, but we did have some expenses come out of that.
But if you go back just for straight revenue About 1 million?
I want to say, yeah, it was just short of 1 million. And then expenses, I want to say it was like 600 and some thousand, 667,000
Look at this
that
slide.
we pushed in expenses to businesses.
I'm looking at about 15.7 down to 14.5.
Laurel, on the charges for goods and services, is that primarily driven, those changes from 19 to 20 to 21 and then back up to 22? Is that primarily driven by the passport revenue?
Yes, so charges for goods and services is made up of passports, recreation, development fees, law enforcement, fire mitigation charges, and then all of the other random like licensing fees and stuff that's outside of like building licenses. So you can see the passport losses here. And then you can see recreation. We're projecting to almost make 80,000 by the end of this year. And then we're hoping things start to look more normal and we'll bump up to about 303,000.
Point of clarification on the development fees, those are application fees. Those are not mitigation fees that a developer might be required to pay.
Correct. That's, yeah.
Mitigation fees go into a separate fund. They don't go into the general fund.
Correct. And we will cover where those go here in a minute. And just a heads up, I can't see people, so just speak up if you have a question.
Yeah, we will.
All right, so we did try to keep expenses as flat as possible for the amendment. We are trying to get recreation back up and running, so that does include additional expenses, and we are assuming that those will start early to probably more likely mid 2020. We have had some unbudgeted expenses as far as COVID and just safety in general. We had a sprinkler system put in, we had data expansions so that people could work from home and have a place to save things. I believe I had a note on how much that was. I want to say it was 80,000 and 25,000. Can't find my note, but I'm pretty sure that's what it was. And then down below, I just went ahead and broke out the different types of expenses and the amounts that hit each year.
And professional services, is that legal?
Legal is a part of that, yes. We do have all kinds of public service, professional services though. I mean, even as far as fire is considered a professional service, so our fire contract is in there. We have any kind of, I want to say like groundskeeping as a pretty large contract that's in there. All of your services for the PD, for defense, and like a translator is in there. Yeah, so I mean, there are a lot of different pieces that fall into professional services.
What was the jump from 19 to 20? What were the services? It was obviously a number of, not just legal. What else?
I will have to dig into that for next week. I did not grab that. I can't tell you off the top of my head. I know, I do think legal was a part of that. But
The fire contract also increased as well.
In 20?
Oh, that is true, yes. Fire contract did jump a few $100,000. And I will say I did not include a lot of the fire increase in 2023. I did include some legal to deal with the fire contract and everything that is involved with that, but I did not make any large changes as far as fire services go in relation to professional services here, just because I don't feel like we have solid enough numbers yet to really project that accurately.
I'd also like to see a breakout on that as well, just so I know what are the different services, because it actually seems light to me, so I'd like to know what's in there.
Yes, that I can do. Okay, and so from here, I just went ahead and broke out the expenses that are in the general fund based on the department. So as you can see, fire is 29% of the budget, and then police is 36%. And then you've got 5% sprinkled just about through all the rest of the funds. Some of them are a little bit lower. So I just thought that was an interesting way to look at how exactly the community's funds are getting spent. All right, and so from here, I just went ahead and broke out the expenses by year. So you can see there's not any huge jump projected at this time. We do have, your normal COLA increases. I will say that rec services are going to add quite a bit of expense, but there will be revenue that offsets that.
Human resources number needs some explanation.
You said human resources?
Yes.
Yes, so human resources. So this is where you're going to see a lot of your union related activity. Anything that has to do with the union, whether it's a guild, AFSCME, anything that really has to do with staff is going to be in here. Just because I felt like if we broke it out a little bit differently than we had before, you could see more clearly what was happening, because if everything was lumped into one line, I felt like it was kind of hard to explain, and you had to really start digging. And this way, you've got your professional services, your legal in each department, so you can kind of tell. So like on the clerk's budget, we had an increase because open records requests, there's a lot of work that goes into those, redacting records, especially when someone says, hey, I want every single file you have on all of your staff, like something like that. I mean, when you get requests that are extremely time consuming, there are costs that go with that.
So rather than having legal under one line, it's spread under each of the individual areas that was affected by the legal cost, like if it was a Public Records Act or employee issue or
right, and say like
a contract issue in Public Works.
Right, just like because finance, we are dealing with the long-term care that's going to be implemented, and so there are legal costs in making sure that we're doing exactly what we need to do for our staff. And so, we do have to we had questions on PFML for some of our staff members. So each department has their own needs. And sometimes just saying, oh, legal, people think that there's something they need to be looking out for, when if it's something that happens not necessarily daily, but it's more routine, it's not out of the norm. I felt like this would break it out better.
So were all the legal costs then sprinkled out in 2019 as well? 2020? So it's kind of going forward.
I want to say in 2020, they stuck the majority of the legal in the city manager's line. You can see here.
Well, rather than try to sort that out tonight, can you bring that information to us so we have a better understanding of how it was spread out amongst the expenditure line items?
Yes.
And one of the, if I could clarify that request too, one of the things that we've been struggling with was our legal costs. And one of the requests that I know we made back in April, I made back in April, was I wanted to see our legal costs by area compared against previous years. Are we going up? Are we going down? Where are we getting the runaway costs? We see where they are today, but where have they been in the past? So I'd like to see that. I'd like to see a comparison against the trend.
I can do that. I do know I was tracking it and we are roughly 30% under 2020 right now.
Good. And more important, back to like the previous 2019 stuff, where are the, before 2020, when things were relatively somewhat normal.
Yes, I have both of those in a spreadsheet that I can have at our next meeting.
I was at 19, that kind of gives us a benchmark year.
Director Genzo, can I ask a really fast question before we move on? I'm just curious, we have the human resources dropping significantly in 2023. Is there a reason for that drop?
I am assuming that, I'm hoping in 2022 we don't need all of that. But we should, by then, I would hope, be done with working through the new CBAs for both AFSCME and the Guild. So there will be a lot less, so everything will be finalized. And in theory, we should have things starting to slow down.
Okay, thank you.
So I think what would be helpful is I assume in that human resources number, there's a baseline cost that you factored in for what you're paying the consultant to provide the basic human resource services to the city. And the variable is the litigation costs and other fees that are incurred with the litigation that's human resource related, or attorney's fees related to the negotiation of the contracts. So I think might be helpful to us to see how that is broken out in terms of what's the basic cost that we pay for human resources, for outsourcing the human resources. So then from that, I think we can then see what the variable is in terms of the legal costs. Councilmember Cavallari.
Thank you, Mayor. I would support that also. I thought we agreed that we wanted to see a line item for legal costs or legal services. So it would certainly be more helpful for me, because if Councilmember Steckler did dig into the numbers here, I wouldn't have known the up-down trends of human resource costs and whatnot. So it would be incredibly helpful. And we were trying to track that as kind of a measure going forward. Thanks.
We are trying to get that implemented before this next audit as well. We're just working through the budget amendment and the audit for last year, but I should be able to get that here before the end of the year.
Thank you.
All right, so from that, we're going to go into the surface water fund. So I will note that in 2021, we have a really large amount of revenue, and that is actually bond money because we are moving it back to surface water fund. I believe last year it was moved into the CIF. I have worked with the auditors, and they do agree that it does belong in 401 in our surface water fund. Because that is where all of the expenses have been hitting, and that's where the debt service is being paid out of. So that's going to be moving there. And then you can see trends. We had 772,000 in 2020. We're moving to about 4 million, but we will be having quite a few projects that are starting. So overall surface water fund, we're looking at, we've got another grant that we're expecting to get for 50,000. We'll be closing out our last grant, I believe, here shortly. Most of the revenue in this fund is the surface water fees. So that is your main charge for goods and services. Other than that, it's just gonna be your bond funding and then interest for the most part. Okay, from there, we go into expenses. And I would say the most significant is usually the capital outlay. We do have some catch basins and pond maintenance to do that we had added to this budget to make sure that we're meeting guidelines. And then we will be continuously working on the grade C and F pipes. And that is what that bond funding is for. So that is why you see that in this fund. And this is something that is also in the capital project list. So that is something to keep in mind. And we do plan on getting a surface water engineer here, either at the late this end of this year to early 2020, depending on how things shake out. I know that has been posted for a while. I think they were doing interviews on that or potential interviews. So there is that.
No, Laurel and Michael, just one global comment that I think could save all of us a lot of time. It'd be helpful to have some of this annotated, because just assume that if there's a big drop or increase, we're gonna have a question about it. So it'd be helpful if when we get this, it's annotated. It might avoid us asking a lot of questions. I mean, just looking at this, I'm looking at the salaries and benefits. It goes down, then up, and same thing on the capital, or what's the other line I was looking at? The capital outlays bounces around. So it might be helpful if we just could have a quick annotation for these so we can just see without having to have, that way you don't have to explain every single one of them, and we don't have to ask a question about every increase or decrease that stands out to us.
Okay, that I can do. And I will say the staffing, we did not have quite a few engineers for a while. And so that is part of the reason we had the decrease in both salaries and in capital outlay, because between COVID and staffing levels just slowed things down a bit, which is why they're ramping back up in this current biennium.
No, I'm not questioning the reason, because I'm sure there's an explanation. I think it just might save us a lot of time if we could just briefly annotate them. And so we don't feel like we have to ask a question about every increase or decrease that jumps out on the slide.
All right, I will have that ready for next week. All right, so then we move into the street fund. And this is just an overall picture of where we're at. We are catching up on a few projects in this fund as well. Okay, so most of your revenue is going to be your vehicle, motor vehicle tax, multimodal transportation, permits and grants. You can see the trend from 19 on. And then we did have more permits, I believe, in 19. That's why that number is quite a bit higher. Or grant revenue. All right, so we do have, oh, that was it. That's the 300,000 in this 758,000. That is the TIV grant that we received, that we will have to spend this funding. We'll have the project done before March of 2022. And I think that's the biggest piece of this one. We do have capital outlay, but most of that is for the TIB in 21 and 22. Okay, and so from there, we were talking about the Municipal Arts Fund earlier today. I do believe we have 10,000 in the budget at the moment. We were looking at an amendment. It looks like we spent $300 in 21 to finish the historical preservation project, and we were expecting roughly 5,000 in this next year to finish that up for lighting and some other pieces of the project. Okay, from that, we have council contingency funds. So depending on where you wanted to pull those funds from, if we needed, I could make a budget amendment to this fund to add spending authority. At this point in time, we don't have anything allocated because we didn't have any projects that were set as a priority for this fund.
And Laurel, could you go back to the arts municipal fund for me?
Yes.
Sorry, I don't know the actual answer to this, but this Mill Creek had a formula for allocating an arts fund every year. And it was a formula based on a percentage. And I can't remember what it was. Councilman Cavalier nodding his head like he recalls. It wasn't the $5,000 expenditure that you're seeing for 22. That's actually to repair the lighting on the bridge where the historical project is. That's not really for the arts fund. It's more of a project for public works, to repair the lights that are burned out on our bridge. We should probably be, fixing those anyway for people who walk across that bridge at night. But I do recall that we had it's like a 7% or some percent of our total budget every year, because that's what the Arts and Beautification Committee used as its annual budget. And I believe it was like a $10,000 to $30,000 number. So is there any way you can take a look at maybe some of the past records to see if you can find that going back like maybe 19?
Yes.
It was and how that was calculated, but I know that there was a formula that we were given each and every year on how we calculate our municipal arts fund. And make sure those monies only go for artistic projects. Or
Yes, I can find that. I know I was talking with Mike Todd about that, and that was something I was going to look into to see if we needed to be putting more revenue into this fund.
It's a formula. There's an actual formula. I can't remember what it was.
It's my understanding as an RCW that whenever you collect refunds, there is a percentage. I'm not sure of the exact percentage, it's either 1 or 2. I'm not exactly sure. And then there's a breakdown of parts as well. For some reason, my laptop's not working right now, so I can't get it good.
So that might be a suggestion. Take a look at that in the RCWs and see if there's a formula that we're supposed to be using for these funds.
Maybe you can help track that down, please.
Yes, I will find that. Okay. All right, so as I was saying, we don't have anything allocated to this fund to spend. If you would like me to add a base amount each year so that it's there in case there is a project that council wants to fund, I can do that. Just let me know and I can add spending authority to this fund. All right, from that, we move into the Paths and Trails Fund. So revenue for this is mainly motor vehicle tax. And we don't have any expenses coming out of this for 21 or 22. Okay, and then from there, we have the drug buy fund. Expenses are just for investigations. So any kind of supplies or other costs that they end up needing for the job. Okay, then we have City Hall North. So most of this revenue is from leases. And I want to say we have a capital project for our HVAC system in City Hall North. We are doing that transfer this year. And so that is why you see the $312,000 number. Okay, and then from there, debt service, this is just for the long-term, the LTGO bond that we took out for stormwater. So stormwater is transferring money into this fund to pay for that debt. From there, the local revitalization fund, all of that revenue does come straight from property taxes. So that is collected when everyone pays their property taxes. And that funding is restricted. So it you have to meet certain criteria to use this funding. whether it's like low income housing, mental health, that kind of thing. I think the idea was that Mill Creek and was thinking about partnering with another part of the community or another community to use these funds.
Notice an interesting trend on this slide. If you go back to that for a minute. Trend is we've not ever spending anything. So that might be a issue that we want to try and find out what we need to do to.
I know the plan was that there was going to be a project, and with the restrictions on the money, it was going to be a larger project. So I think that's why everyone was waiting to get a larger fund reserve before they went to start looking at options.
Was that program that the mayor brought to our attention that we all signed off on to join, I guess, this partnership or consortium to collect some sort of tax that the county was going to tax? Is this our revenue from that?
I believe so. I think we're talking about the same thing.
Yeah, and
I think, but I don't think that's what this is.
I thought it was under a different category.
We were only talking $17,000.
Right.
Are you thinking the sales tax piece? I think
Yes.
Director Todd has an answer.
State remittance of a portion of the sales tax to support affordable housing.
So we're sitting on 300,000 in reserve right now on this line, which is significant amount of money. Actually, I think it might be a good action to find out exactly we use this money for.
I do think it is tied to the eGov project.
Well, let's find out what this is for and what.
Mayor, Mr. Mayor, this is Director Todd. Can I speak up?
Yes, please.
Yes, so this was eGov. We got a special deal with the state a number of years ago for this local revitalization. So anything we did to increase the tax base in an area that was designated as eGov goes towards this fund. And the idea is it would retire bonds that we would use for improvements, capital improvements in that area. So it's tied to that eGov only. It may be by council action, but that was the intent. And so ideally, way back when Target was going to move in, all of the extra sales tax, extra property tax would have gone into this fund, and that would have helped fund things like a spine road or surface water improvements. This is a small amount because we haven't had a lot of improvements yet. This will go up in the future from the tax value of the farm. But the intent originally, we could look back at the council's original intention, but the intent was to build this and apply it towards those one-time costs for also building out infrastructure in eGov.
It'd be helpful going forward to know how that number, the 49,830 number will change or not change in the years ahead based on what happens at the farm. So we know if that fund reserve is going to stay, just grow 50,000 a year or.
I agree. I think there's something that Laurel uncovered recently. The trick is there's kind of a time limit on this. I think if we do not take action to bond that money, have a project and bond against it, and we use these funds to retire that bond, I think our ability to collect this goes away.
Well, we need to figure that out to see if that's an incentive to use that as a way to do the spine road if we.
Exactly. Yeah.
So, okay.
Yeah, we don't want to go away.
The other fund, I would say the other fund you were talking about was the housing affordability thing. It was the 0.1% of sales tax. We elected to hold that. I think it's like $25,000 a year, maybe 17, somebody mentioned earlier. We elected to hold that and put it into a consortium of other cities, other small cities, to see what could be done. And that has not happened. The cities have not figured out what to do with it yet. That's kind of the AHA group has done some thinking about that. So.
Yeah, now that you're saying that, I believe that's in our general fund.
It's in
Still,
general.
it's just sitting there. So. Okay, so from there, we'll move into the REIT tax. So this is revenue we get anytime a property is sold. And we have been fortunate to have this funding for capital projects. I will say, compared to 2019, we did lose about 600,000, and I do believe we researched what that large difference was, and there were 3 different apartment complexes that were sold. So that is what that 2019 number, that is the main difference there.
It was sales that were pulled forward before the new graduated rate took effect on January 1st, 2020. So they moved the sale into December as a multi-million-dollar sale. It saved them quite a bit of money. So that's why that 19 number is exaggerated. I'm a little surprised that the 20 to 21 number is relatively consistent, and we're projecting the same for 22, because the real estate market has been hot, values are up, prices are up, and sales are up.
Yeah. I was hesitant to go too high just because we don't know what's going on with COVID. So I tried to stick around. I did look at like 18 and 20. And so I was trying to stay fairly conservative.
It is conservative, so let's just make note of that.
I'd take a look at 2021 year to date, just to give you an idea. The numbers are gonna be astronomical.
Well, I think that's what she's projecting is the year-end number. I don't think that's a year-to-date number.
Yeah, that is the year-end number. That's
Year-end
based on what we've already received.
That's what, based on what we've received, what we've seen?
Yeah.
Or
Mhm. It's based on what we've received, and then I looked at some of the last couple months
Yes.
from prior years and tried to add that to our 2021 number.
That's a couple of months from prior years, but that's a couple of months from this year.
So that they were comparable, yes. All right, so from there, we'll move into the capital improvement fund. So this is going to be the fund that gets all of the transfers from different projects. You've got REIT that's coming in here. Sometimes we have REIT going into a lot. We'll move into that later. So the main contributor is REIT for this fund. This is where we were going to be doing that $1 million transfer from the general fund. At this point in time, I will say in this fund, while we have the items on the capital improvement fund list, not all of the projects have been fully funded. So they're only funded for certain phases of the project. So like the public works yard, we had 50,000 in there for the beginning stages, getting everything in place. We do not have the million and a half that it could take to get that property. So that's something to keep in mind. So we will, as we add things to our capital plan, we can do additional transfers from REIT or other sources if needed. And then I will note, we don't usually put any project that is under 25,000 on here, and it needs to be, it needs to have a useful life of at least 5 years. So from that, we've got your capital improvement fund, and then you have your parks and open space capital improvement fund. So there are 3 main capital improvement funds. This is the one that's more related to parks. And in this one, we did put an additional 200,000 in to fund the DRCC, if that is something council is comfortable with. And I will have all of this broken out in next week's presentation so that you have more detail. This was mainly a higher level to just kind of look at where we're thinking revenues are going to be falling and where we think expenses are going to be hitting. Okay, so then this is the last of the capital improvement funds. This is going to be any kind of road repairs. I believe sidewalks are in this. This is going to be one of the more expensive capital improvement funds, just because street repair is costly. And then we'll go through all the different projects that are funded in the current plan next week. And we did do almost all of the transfers from REIT into each of the capital funds in the last biennium. There were a few stragglers that I went ahead and put in 2021. So that would be additional revenue in this fund. And it is in these projections. Okay, from there, the equipment replacement fund is for any kind of equipment that staff will need. So public works, police vehicles, costly equipment that you can't easily purchase in one budget cycle. So each department is transferring smaller amounts each year into this fund, so that there is money there to provide the different assets, vehicles, things that we need that would put more strain on the budget if we had tried to wrap it all in one year. Okay, I believe this is the last one. So this is going to be any kind of unemployment compensation. We are self-insured, so we do not have any current revenues coming into this fund. The last transfer was from the general fund in 2019. At this point in time, we have enough in there for a reserve that it's not concerning. I don't know that we're going to reach quite that 20,000, but in expenses, but it's there just in case. And then we still have 35,000, and I just don't see us going through that based on historical data. And then that is everything I have at the moment. Did anyone have any follow-up questions?
I don't think so. I think we asked a lot of questions during the presentations. Thank you for all the information, and we look forward to follow up next week. Okay, we still have a bunch to get to. Moving along, I included a proposed new initiative. This piggybacks off of what we discussed at the outset and heard from members of the public and the police guild and other officers. The city of Everett passed a resolution recently, basically urging the state to call an executive or a special session to deal with the cluster, what they've created with the police reforms that were enacted last year. So I wanted to bring this to the council's attention to see if there's any desire for us to consider a similar resolution at an upcoming meeting. Councilmember Cavalier.
Thank you, Mayor. I would absolutely support this resolution. I would also note that there's probably 6 or 7 cities in Snohomish counties have already adopted the same, if not similar language. One of the biggest takeaways that you take from this resolution is bullet E, which is the governor should call a special session of the legislature to address problems and clarify ambiguities in the recently passed police reform bills. I think every agency, every officer, every chief, every sheriff, you name it, are screaming from the rooftops for some guidance here, and they're just hanging out to dry. So what you saw here tonight may not have been the full scope of the guild's issues with the city, but it's certainly a big part. And again, this is a systemic problem across the state, so this is the least we could do. So I hope you'll consider supporting it. Thank you.
Any other thoughts, objections? Have staff bring back something for us to consider? Can you do that, city manager?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, consent agenda is very light tonight. Consent agenda is the city council meeting minutes of September 28th, 2021. Could we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Mayor, I have a recommendation for changes on this that was amended.
Okay, we will pull the consent agenda and take it up next week. Are you gonna let me know or let Naomi know?
How would you like that actually to go? Tell me what to do.
Just coordinate with me and Mike. Okay. That'd be great. Okay, moving on to reports. I just have one item tonight, and that's to recognize our deputy mayor, or Mayor Pro Tem Stephanie Benal. She recently completed the Association of Washington City Certificate of Municipal Leadership, gives me tongue tied, That's a program that recognizes city and town elected officials for accomplishing training in 4 core areas: goals, responsibilities, and legal requirements, public sector resource management, community planning and development, and effective local leadership. And this is no small undertaking. It's a program that encompasses about 30 hours. So I am honored to be able to present Stephanie with the certificate that she received from right here. Certificate that she received from the AWC. I hope you can see that on the members of the public. So with that, congratulate Mayor Pro Tem. With that, I do not have anything else. I guess the only other thing I'll mention is follow up on a conversation last week about ARPA. The next day after our council meeting, we had a bi-monthly meeting with the county exec, and they presented their ARPA plan, which details how their goals and objectives and how they're allocating their $160 million that they're getting in this first tranche. So I've forwarded that to Michael, and that'll be part of our materials related this month in the follow-up, where we're trying to see how other jurisdictions are spending their money and how they're setting their goals and priorities. So that information will be coming. Mayor Pro Tem, any report tonight?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank you for giving me my certificate, and I just want to encourage my fellow council members. I know Director Todd, when he was up here, he used to always talk about how great the learning opportunities with AWC were, and I just want to encourage all of you to take the time to get on there and get involved. I think that the lessons are very valuable in helping us to learn our roles, and they're very helpful in learning how you're supposed to deal with staff and just different, there are all kinds of different categories that you can choose from. So I just encourage everyone to take that opportunity amongst themselves. Thanks.
Councilmember Bond, any report tonight?
I don't have a report. We are gonna have an executive session, is that correct?
That's correct.
Can we add 15 minutes to discuss collective bargaining issues?
City manager or city attorney, is that allowable?
It's not, we haven't noticed it, but you know, if we can add a topic if you want to.
I'm sorry.
It would be best if we could set it up for next week, if that would be all right, so we can get a summary ready for the council ahead of time.
Are you asking for any?
No action to be taken.
If no action is anticipated to be taken? Okay, and can you then, between now and the next 5 minutes, get me the citation so I can properly indicate that?
I will do that forthwith and with forth.
Thank you. Councilmember Stacker, any reports tonight?
The other thing I want to mention was in conjunction with what you said about the American Recovery Plan. Washington Association of Washington Cities, I went to their website and looked, and they had a whole section listing out the American Recovery Plan actions from all the local cities, local counties, and breaking out, in addition to their plans, recommended strategies and approaches to it. So I think the information that I was suggesting for a follow-up session, make your efforts a lot easier. One-stop shop. They had everything you could want was on that one website. So with examples from Mukilteo to Everett to other M cities, I couldn't remember the names of last week.
Thank you. Councilmember Cavallari.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to share a quick story. Last week, I mentioned for the second time in September that September is Suicide Awareness Month. And I was referring to not just the suicides across the country, but what had hit home here at Marysville Pilchuck, and the young man that had taken his life. No sooner did I make it through the front door after that meeting that I received a call from Councilmember Bond telling me that one of our colleagues and dear friends, his son, had just taken his life earlier that day. So we talk about this and we try to manage statistics and try not to over glamorize or over sensationalize, but this is a very real epidemic in our nation with our young people. Coupled with addiction, it's reaching critical mass, and I'm not sure what we do here, but I have to say something out loud about it, and I'm sick of that. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Brazos, any report?
Last week, I had meant to mention that I had seen our Public Works department out doing street cleaning after the windy storm we had, and I really appreciated to see them out there. They were doing a great job keeping that clean and keeping our roads safe, getting that wet and slick stuff off of there. So, thank you.
Councilmember Morgan,
Thank you, Mayor. No report.
City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no report, but I do want to ask Martin and Director Todd to talk about the Devious Lick social media vandalism campaign. What we want to do is really highlight our efforts so that we have not had a total closure, but we closed during, or we opened rather during the peak use periods. We're hoping that the month of September is when it is now wrapped up, that the vandalism campaign for the vandalizing in the month of September, it's called Mess Up a Toilet, Vandalize a Restroom. August was Sleep In and Be Late. October is Smack a individual on their backside. And it moves on to November, December, January. Some of these are pretty disturbing. So whether we will see the vandalization subside, what we have occurred is substantial. And we're looking at developing more robust add-ons, equipment add-ons to our public restrooms so that the soap dispensers might be more durable. So that's just a small example of where we're headed on this, but I really want to applaud the team effort to be proactive in this regard, and we appreciate your patience. I know when I announced on Friday that we were going to be closed completely, that was an evolution of our thinking that just stopped for a moment and collect our thoughts. Director Todd went out on Saturday morning and opened before the special event started. We locked them up again, but even when we had the doors open to our restrooms, there was vandalism that was occurring on the Saturday. So Martin, I'll turn it over to you and Mike Todd to go report on this.
Michael,
About 5-10 minutes max.
well, 5 or 10 minutes takes us past 8:30, so can we extend the meeting to 10 o'clock?
Motion to extend the meeting to 10 o'clock.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
This is Director Todd, why don't I just take the baton here and go real quick. So what's happened is we are out of soap and the soap is back ordered. It's as simple as that. But this was a big enough thing that happened via social media that the world is short of, or the country is short of soap. Our intention is when we get soap back in and get replacement soap dispensers, we'll put those up and reopen the restrooms. We're hoping, as the city manager said earlier, we're hoping that social media challenge has moved on to something else that's also disturbing, but it's not going to be vandalism in our bathrooms. And that's our intended approach. We do not know when soap will be back in. It's kind of unknown at this point. We'll see how that goes. There is an alternative, and I'll propose it to council for your consideration. If you would rather that we open the bathroom sooner, we can put individual soap dispensers like you would have soft soap at home or any brand name you'd care to name. We could do that. There's some concern by putting those in the bathrooms. Those will be stolen or thrown away. That's okay. They're $1 a piece. But if those pieces end up in the toilets, we will have plumbing issues. So that's our concern to staff in opening them earlier. It was disturbing, as the city manager related, that on a day when there was a lot of families out at Mill Creek Sports Park for events, the hand sanitizer that's right out there at the gate that goes to the fence, that goes to the field, was destroyed during the day while people were out there. And in the bathroom, in the boys' bathroom, the soap dispenser was torn off the wall. And so we just felt like it was important for the safety of people to make sure soap is available. That's a kind of a requirement, either acceptable or maybe required by law. We have not yet nailed that down. But we felt like we just important to make sure we honored the event that we had scheduled the fields for, but we just felt like leaving it open was not good. Longer term, we'll look at the more bulletproof soap dispensers, the metal ones you might see on the I-5 corridor at the rest stops. And then even longer term, we're looking at what else we can do to prevent the graffiti. If you go in the restrooms, we have done our best to use pressure washing and graffiti remover. We've gone through 3 cans of graffiti remover this year. Normally we use 1 to try to remove the graffiti from kids or anybody, I shouldn't say kids, but anybody defacing our bathrooms. We're trying to do the best we can. We would look at some sort of wall coatings, maybe it makes it easier for us to clean it better. All of our restrooms have the fairly porous concrete block walls, and you just can't get that entirely removed. So we're doing the best we can, trying to protect property, also respect that the public needs to use restrooms. I'll open it to questions.
Questions? I'm not seeing any.
Thanks.
Is there, I guess, well, he posed a question to us, do we want to see those individual dispensers put in the bathrooms so they can get open sooner rather than later?
By lack of soap, Dr. Todd, you're talking about the dispensers we have in the bathrooms now, have those big plastic tanks. Is there any way to fill those bags? Are those at all refillable?
Well, we're missing soap dispensers too. Many of them have been stolen, thrown, broken. So we're missing dispensers and the soap to go in them. We're back ordering them both.
I prefer to refill the dispensers we have first. That'd be my first choice. Rather, I think you're right. You're giving them a projectile gift of choice right there with an item on the counter. I don't think that's really quite the right answer. It's why people would do that.
Let me turn it over to Matthew. He knows more about the logistics, but I'm afraid refilling those things is tough. Go ahead, Matthew.
Yeah, just a quick answer to that question. No, you cannot refill those soap dispensers.
All right.
And they're taking the soap itself. It comes in a container or compartment, if you will. They're taking the whole thing.
The one thing I'd like to add too is that we want to take into consideration the need for a public that are using the parks right now, not just that the Mill Creek Sports Park, where we are actually opening them up during Monday through Friday during this week from 5 to 9. I think it's a little sooner, Mike, you mentioned it was actually sooner than 5, but they're going to be open in the evening. Now, we did experience a few situations where there were citizens that I think one at least called in to our main number that was concerned about having that bathroom open while an impromptu event was taking place. So I think it was a birthday party or something to that extent. So we want to also take into consideration that there are other people that are using those parks as well. And how we communicate to those individuals as well within the coming weeks, depending on the weather. So, which is why I give you that option of temporarily putting those soap dispensers to make. We could monitor those going forward and address the situation as it occurs, depending on what may come of those dispensers too. So that's another option that we're considering.
That's what I'm
Could we look into, I know when I go to events and stuff, they have public wash areas, little roundabout, where people can use a alcohol dispenser and such to wash their hands. The only benefit of that is the hand washing area is in public view and it's difficult to vandalize them. Everyone can see you. Maybe that would be the answer to at least keeping the sanitation at bay. And they're rentable. No, I'm just thinking it's just for the question, not to use the bathroom.
If I can interject just for a second, we had put hand sanitizer stations, all those hand sanitizer were stations we purchased at the beginning of COVID. We had actually sent those out and had holes drilled in them so that we could bolt them to the ground. And that still was not enough to stop people from vandalizing, destroying, and removing them. So I would recommend not putting anything outside like that that can be damaged.
I don't know, maybe if this is worth or not. I've seen in hotels, these little powdered balls with individual wraps that are soaked. They dispense one at a time. That's a solution. Not just an idea to throw out there, but they work pretty well. A little powder, your hands, wash them, go, throw it away. It's all in the water.
As a general thing, I mean, we're talking about just a stopgap until we have permanent things installed short term. So we shouldn't really dedicate too much resources for the short term, but people do need the bathrooms. So I would be in favor of putting in little soft soaps or whatnot temporarily. If that becomes a problem, then we can address that at that time. But at least it'll leave the bathrooms open and people can use it, clean themselves, do what they need to do. I'll share a little story that's very relevant to this that happened in my neighborhood. A couple of middle school boys were going around the cars in the neighborhood, putting soap in any window that was cracked open. And they got the soap from Gateway Middle School, where they had ripped it off the wall and decided to just continue vandalizing in my neighborhood. And my wife and another neighbor chased them down the street and brought them to their parents and scolded them quite well. So anyway, let's leave the bathrooms open. Let's get something in there temporarily and see where we go from there.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we're talking about a tolerance that even when it's open on a Saturday, there's still vandalism occurring. So I fully expect that we're gonna coordinate special attention where it's appropriate. We're just trying to actually use a social media campaign to get everyone to be vigilant.
Yeah, I hear what,
Start to.
I hear what Martin was saying about, or the concern that they could use these to throw into lunch or do something, but, I would like to see if we could try to do a few and see how this works out, because I think we are a community that uses our parks and restrooms, and everyone, we are interconnected with our trails, and everyone is walking outside, and they are expecting to have a restroom when they're out walking, and parents are going to our parks with their kids, especially your toddlers, when they are potty training, and you expect to have a bathroom. So I think whatever we can do to facilitate being able to get these restrooms open the quickest is where we need to be, especially since it sounds like we're not quite sure when the new dispensers are coming in.
What are other cities doing? We're not the only ones with parks that have bathrooms and soap dispensers in them.
Scott Harder did some investigation. Actually, other neighboring cities have not seen this quite as drastically, or are not aware of the trend. We only became aware of the trend because we ran short of our soap, and Matthew's guys, in talking to the soap distributors, was relating we're out of soap, and they said this is where the trend's coming from. Like I said, we think it's passing. We've seen evidence of parks being closed in other places, but I think Scott checked into it. It was like Everett, Mukilteo have not seen the same thing. Tambar Creek Park down, a county park just south of us, did see a big problem. And again, we hope this is passed. But who knows? It's kids.
Well, the vandalism is passed, but what's the ETA on having the soap available?
Matthew, any guess? I think we just don't know. But Matthew, what do you think?
It was supposed to be here last Friday, so best guesstimate, we're looking at 1 to 2 weeks.
Okay, any other reports tonight, Michael?
No, Mayor, thank you.
Okay, that brings us to audience communication. Barb fast. Barb wins. Sorry, Carmen. She's quick on the
She was right there, Carmen, sorry.
So first, let me see if I can see anyone else on the screen. First up was, we're down to one page. People have fallen off. So Barb, then Carmen. You know the drill.
Barb Heidel, 1401 144th Place, Southeast. Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank also Councilmember Morgan for your comments. Retention needs to be a priority for the police department. Yes, there is a national issue with officers leaving, but we need to listen to why our officers are leaving Mill Creek. Please listen to them. Is there any way to keep the remaining officers? If the environment is pleasing, respectful, rewarding, and appreciative of our officers, they would not be so eager to leave. Thank you.
Thank you, Barb. Carmen.
Thank you. Carmen Fisher, 14623 Main Street, Mill Creek. So first, thanks so much for taking great action on the utility box project earlier. I really appreciate it. I think everybody does love it as a project, and thought Jean did a great job, and Jody and Scott have just been amazing to work with on art beautification also. That said, I hope it's not too awkward if I also respectfully offer some criticism. I'm like Barb, I really care so much about what happens at the police department. And none of you should have been hearing anything new tonight about the staffing problems in the police department. Most of the information you heard is the same as last year, just worse. It's the same as the year before that, just worse. And I was in the council chambers when the proposal for a new school resource officer was brought forward. Chief Elwin carefully went over how important it was to hire a replacement because we're already short, because there was going to be problems, because we already had regional labor shortages. I'm pretty sure that is one of the positions that's still open over 2 years later. I remember at least one presentation when Acting Chief Scott Eastman came in, trying to show how dangerously understaffed we were, how much we were relying on overtime, the problems with that. And he, and I believe it was Mr. Caravino, asked for the council to consider incentives at that time. And multiple council members scoffed at the idea that such a great place to work as Mill Creek would have to offer incentives. And I came and spoke at the meeting after that and tried to make the case that Mill Creek's reputation as an employer had been squandered by previous city managers, and had asked a couple of times to look back at staffing the police department. The first time I met Chief Young at National Night Out, one of the first things I asked him was about the current staffing situation and equipment. And I was happy for him to tell me that he's good with where equipment is. That's great. But he went over with me what positions were missing and what kinds of problems that's causing. And then at the Mill Creek Festival, I went and talked to some of my friends in the department there so I could make sure that I was understanding the situation correctly. And I say that not to brag, even though also, yeah, I'm proud that I have those conversations. But it's a problem if I knew those things and you didn't. Something went wrong. You can't go directly to the police chief the way that I can, but you can be proactive with the city manager. And whether it's you weren't hearing things in a way that landed with you, or you just it didn't occur to you to seek out them. I hope that things will be different in the future. And I appreciate that tonight, you've started stepping forward, both addressing the current problem and making sure it doesn't happen again. Because Mill Creek defunded its police department years before anybody started making that rallying cry. And the citizens don't want that. Like, they want to pay for the highest quality of police work because they know that that's what gets us the highest quality of life. So thank you for your attention. Please continue to be attentive to it.
Thank you, Carmen. With that, we are going to recess to executive session for 2 matters to discuss contract negotiations pursuant to RCW 42.30.140 subsection 4, and to discuss the performance of a public employee per RCW 42.30.110 subsection 1D. Mark, you said you thought 15 minutes.
I only need about 5, but I want to allow others to comment.
Let's take, I think we're gonna need longer to 9:15, but I don't want to always extend, so let's go to 9:15 and take it from there. So we'll recess to executive session at 8:30.
Council has extended executive session to 9:30. Council is extending executive session until 10 PM.
Don't miss the Faulkner Focus, weekdays at 11 on Fox News.
Oh, you know what? No, they need you to open up the room now for Karen. Thank you. He just asked me. Please send Joe in. Yep. Thank you. We can't hear you. All right. Joe's coming in now.
Can you hear us now?
Can you hear us now?
Yes.
I have a motion to extend the meeting to 10:30 this evening.
Seconded, but give us a second.
Okay. Thank you. 10:15 to 10:15, did you say?
10:30.
10:30. Okay, thank you.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. We did it, but she wasn't.
Yeah, we did it.
We did it, they couldn't hear us.
Okay, I'm gonna go do this again.
Yeah, we did it.
Oh, no.
Slide to that room.
I haven't muted this yet.
So council extended the regular meeting till 10:30 and executive session until 10:15. You're done, Karen? Okay. Oh, Joe, I think you have to unmute the council chamber. Thank you. Joe's coming in to unmute. Sorry, guys.
All right, go for it.
There we go. Okay.
Okay, it's 10:15. The council has concluded its executive session. And we are returning to the regular.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.